Hello and welcome to the stream. Okay, let me just check that it's all working correctly on YouTube. Still need to set up multi-streaming. Not managed to do that yet. Got around to it. Okay, so content, live, control room. Cool. Stream is looking good. Okay. Can we create a new Excalibur? Do we have to? That's fine. Okay, so we're going to continue with, let me update Claude code because I'm sure it's got some updates. Okay, so beating up Claude. I'll just run brew upgrade. Absolute rubbish. Don't know why I get this. Install method is native. Why do I get and when it's on the latest? Okay, so I have Talkie Texty open as well, so we are all good. Okay, so we're building probably two little products today. We're building the LLM prediction engine, and we're also going to start to look at a shorts content generation platform. Let's see what Claude says about this. Nothing so far. Lovely. Okay, so I've got vibe flows here as well. I did deploy it on npm, so it's now available as a package if anyone wants to try it out. It's called Workflow Pilot here. It's also on GitHub as well. So feel free to give it a go if you want to try it out. Let's have a look. So let me close this one. Window. Oh, always does that. Right, sorry. Let me start again. Okay, I want to make the font bigger so that we can see on stream. So we want to be in vibe flows. Okay, let me get that output again. Why do we get these messages when it's installed via Brew and it's on the latest? Okay, so that's Claude code with vibe flows, which is one thing we're going to be building today. New window for this one. Expand, expand, expand. And this one we're going to be in the LLM prediction engine. Okay, that shouldn't be there. We'll look at that in a second. Okay, let's try and fix this little Claude issue. Hello, welcome to the stream. Don't forget to subscribe, get involved in the chat if you want to ask any questions or anything. Always happy to answer and get involved with the community. Yeah, you can use grep, no problems with that. Okay, so I noticed that actually we have this green icon in the top right when I'm in kind of absolute full screen with, which is obviously the webcam saying that it's using. I wonder if we can have something similar for when we record with Talkie Texty. Yeah, I know they're not coming from Workflow Pilot. The install methods native thinks Claude is installed via npm. Looking for, yeah. Okay, so I mean it's just cosmetic, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so we are in Vibe Flows. So I've added a little logo to this that I created earlier, so we'll get it to add that to the repo and we'll get that committed as well. I've added a logo file. Please add that to the Git repo and do any resizing, etc. that you need for the various sizes. Let's also add the various badges on the GitHub repo, so like test passing, the version, downloads, all those kind of things that are often on repos. Cool, so we'll get Claude to run that. So we're on the LLM betting front. Again, it's done that stuff. So we currently have, do I have it open? Yes, here. We were in the phase of, where are we? Research.md, I think. The various features that we were doing. I don't know where exactly we got to on it, actually. I think we implemented feature 0. Let's get it to just read the context and actually work out where it is. Please read the research.md file and work out exactly where we are based on the required features that need to be built. Probably also look at the commits, that'll probably help out as well. But please do read the research.markdown file exactly in detail and all the intricacies, and do not implement any code yet. Okay. See, one thing that we're not doing with Vibe Flows is injecting the extra text that is required. So like the do not implement any code, you do need that in the phases. I think it's included in the Claude MD. So maybe we don't need to do it. Maybe it's, I mean, I haven't seen it do anything crazy. Yeah, you can read from bin, don't see why it needs to, but yeah, you can go ahead, clear context. So yeah, the current things we are doing. Is anyone watching? No, no one is watching. So there is no point explaining. Yeah, let me know if you're watching and I'll explain what we're doing. So we are currently working on the 2 products, the betting engine and the Vibe Flow stuff currently. This is just logo stuff for the moment, so nothing too crazy. So what we're doing is on my GitHub, we have this product or little tool. It's not a product, I'm not going to be selling it. It's just a little tool called Workflow Pilot that goes into your terminal with Claude code, and it just helps you follow a nice linear path when you're doing vibe coding. Okay. Did it commit those? Probably did. I guess we can see whether it did. No, it didn't. So we get this committed. Please go ahead and commit and push those changes. So yeah, shipping at inference speed. We don't check code here. It's very much just a vibe coding, seeing what's happening. I'm actually going to put a disclaimer in the code for this. I also need to put a license here, don't I? And we've already got license. So we should put a little disclaimer in all these projects that they are entirely vibe coded. We haven't checked the code or the quality. So, okay, that's not what I wanted at all. I was expecting the background to be removed. Why it's magic. I mean, just get rid of the background, please, Canva. How do I make this entirely transparent? It's not a new color. I want to get it entirely transparent, please. Please make the background entirely transparent. Whether it can do this or not, I don't think it can really. So always good, isn't it? He's super reliable systems. What? I mean, there isn't a transparency editor, is there? Click the background of your design on the toolbar above the editor. Click on transparency. I mean, there is no such thing as transparency. What? Ah, this is so frustrating. Can we just do it from my uploads because it has no background? In fact, why am I even bothering? Let me just move that to be the in the project. So I think it's on desktop, is it? Yeah. Oh, it's because that background wasn't actually transparent, was it? It just did this weird thing where it doesn't actually make the background transparent. It just attempts to, like, look at it. The AI is totally buggered up there. Okay, yeah, because what I wanted to do, create a new design, please. Upload files. What I wanted to do was just get it to be just transparent. PG remover. Okay, can I resize this to be... what's the best way to do this? Okay, so we've got the buttons, that's fine. It's just the logo looks utterly crap. Why can't we just have it the way that we need it? Okay, can I cut? Let's crop this, shall we? Smart crop, what does that do? Why can't you just... Not really smart crop if I have to do cropping, is it? It's a manual crop. Okay. Done. Can we... So what I want to do is just create a new image based on that size. Why it's so complicated. Can we please create a new image that's exactly the same size as this current image rather than the entire background? Let's see if this works. Getting bogged down in stuff that doesn't really matter. You know, just try and get a logo that looks reasonably good for the workflow pilot. Where have we gone? The wrong window. Oh, I've entirely lost that window. Can I just create a new thing from this? What? I mean, that literally makes no sense whatsoever. Add page. I want to resize the image. Oh, I bloody hate these tools. Info. I mean, that's literally 1200 by 896. Let's just create a new bloody. So what was it? 1200, 896. Might be the other way around. I think it's taller than it is. Doubt you can do that. No, you can. Okay, let me just download this and see. Well, transparent background. Thank you very much. Okay. Get that, and then we can update it. So, oh dear, not working very well. I've added a new logo with a transparent background. Please use that logo instead and do any updates that are required. Okay, so we'll leave that to do its thing. It's not very important anyway. So yeah, back to the LLM betting prediction engine. We've currently got the research stuff done. So key observation, data inside, done. The branch and action sites untouched. Natural next step. Okay. Add the player stats to. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead. Oh, actually, what we need to do is we're in research currently. So actually, let's just go ahead and get it to do feature 5. It's already done the planning. Okay, let's go ahead and start on feature 5, please. So, well, another few things we need to do with this particular project, the LLM betting engine. So we need some form of UI as well. So UI plus probably Discord messaging. So currently, the stuff that it's outputting in terms of the code, it's just kind of foundational stuff like the models, the contracts. I think it did some API stuff from what I remember. So we should have the database stuff set up. I've not actually set up the database yet. I need to do that as well. It should have the client for the API stuff. So it should be able to fetch some of the stuff that we need. Again, we don't get like player statistics and all that kind of stuff yet. And again, we should have Polymarket set up. I think it's read-only currently, and I don't have any wallets or anything set up, so I need to go ahead and do that. So let me make notes of that stuff that I need to do. Add Polymarket wallets, etc. What else did I say I need to do? Add DB. Oh, I need to sign in, do I? Why sign in and then make me open a web browser? Seems entirely pointless. Okay. So that's doing its thing. So the database we are going to be using is something called Terso. I think I logged in yesterday, signed up or something. LLM prediction. I guess we'll go for Ireland. Why not? I'm currently in Tokyo, but that'll be closer to where I am in the future. Okay, database URL. Don't need any credentials or anything. I need to create a token, yeah. Oh, I'm going to have to change that again. Right, hold on. Let me go and hide the screen. Was that the same? I assume that is the same, right? Yeah. Okay, so we need to go fix that API key as I've leaked it again. The problem with only having one monitor and stuff is that it's super easy to to leak credentials. I mean, I'm not paying for anything at the moment, so it's not an issue, but it is slightly annoying. I didn't want the documentation, I wanted the actual thing. Thank you very much. I don't want to sign up, I want to log in. Oh, I signed up yesterday, so I don't quite know why it's not signed up. Oh, the website is just terrible. Account API keys. Right. Okay, so I've reset that. I've given it access to the database. Okay. So yeah, I think things. So definitely need some form of UI and stuff for this, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult. basically what I'm going to do is just go through all the features that it's got currently. So we need to get to 12 features. Currently on this one. Yeah, and then we can kind of work out exactly where and what is working and what isn't. It's kind of built it in a bit of a way that I would say it's not very MVP-ish because it's quite difficult to see exactly where we are. But we can improve it and see how we get on. Okay, go ahead. Oh no, you've done it already. So how does Workflow Pilot look now? Okay, yeah, I mean, it's not great in terms of the logo, but it is what it is, right? Okay, awesome. Let's also move the logo to the Open Dashboard repository. And let's also update the logo on the projects to use that logo for the, I think it's called Vibe Flows currently. So let's also rename it to Workflow Pilot and update the logo from the GitHub logo to our new one. Let's see what it does here. If you just go up a directory, and then it's called Open Dashboard, so you can see what it is locally. Yep, so it should be allowed to do that. Yeah, that's fine. So we should update that logo. Fine, let's see why it needs to do that. It should just have access to it. We're not updating the GitHub name. It's the name of the project in the Open Dashboard. So it's currently called Vibe Flows, I think. The Open Dashboard is a website that displays all my projects. You can look at the research.md file and understand what's going on, please. So yeah, these research.md files seem to be quite useful because it can kind of read it and see exactly what is going on to understand. So it should just be able to look at this and understand what it is and then update the icons for that. How is the LLM stuff getting on? Let's have a look, shall we? Okay, yeah, clear context, go for it. So open questions, fuzzy matching. I mean, it's just doing stuff that like shouldn't. Like if game ID doesn't exist, we shouldn't be falling back to name and date stuff. It should just be the game ID should be always there basically. So I don't quite understand what it's done there. Again, like time zone stuff seems odd to worry about this stuff. Alias, I don't know why is it getting alias maps and stuff. It just seems like it's. Oh well, I guess I don't know whether Polymarket has IDs for teams and stuff. So maybe that's why it needs to do that. Let's change the name because we're not getting any traction. Let's go for that, shall we? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be getting pushed today. Again, I wonder whether actually I've got the word betting. Open source prediction engine. I mean, that should be fine. Shouldn't be getting blocked by YouTube's. We'll see. Maybe it'll pick up later on. Oh, well, why has it done that? Absolutely not. The platform is GitHub because that's where it's hosted. I hope you've not changed the platform at all. Please don't just make changes without consulting me on stuff that you're not sure about. See, I don't know what it's done there. Again, like, it's just gone off the rails. Let's have a look at what it's actually done. Hello to my viewer. Welcome to the channel. Please do get involved in chat. Feel free to ask away any questions. Happy to get involved in a discussion. Currently building a couple of things. Why it's done that? Yeah, okay. So it's got the logo. Okay, hopefully it's. Yeah, let's just match by the project name. That's absolutely fine. So yeah, let me go ahead and update the open dashboard. So here it's currently called VibeFlow, but it should be called Workflow Pilot. And this is the open source little tool we built the other day, just to help manage the way that we vibe code a bit more. So cool, and then that should ultimately end up on this page, which is just an open dashboard hosted by Versal, which is why it's really slow. But we should be able to change the logo here. Actually, we can also do Texty Talkie logo to the parrot as well. So we'll do that in a second. Okay, you just need to rename project. Let me just check what it's actually done, so it's not broken anything too crazy. Yeah, I mean, that just seems such a crap way to do things, actually. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that kind of works, but there's got to be a better way to handle it. Let's have a look, shall we? So currently it does this like case GitHub icon. Yeah, I mean, that's probably fine. Let's just get it to commit it and see what it looks like. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Please go ahead and push these changes. We'll also then get it to do the talkie texty logo as well. And then the dashboard should be fine for now. Yeah, it's called talkie texty. Okay, good. Let's also do the logo for the talkie texty application. It's in the code directory and it's called text to code. Text to code, isn't it? Talk texty. It's called in Notion. Okay, so that should update those. How are we getting on with the LLM changes? Waiting for something to happen. don't get why I need to do this. Let me just do it permanently and add it to the path. Echo should be, yeah, okay. Go look at the repository and see whether it has, go look at the directory and see whether it's got icons. Why are you asking this? It does have icons in the repository. They'll be in the Tauri folder or something in source, but just go look for them. Yes. So yeah, we're currently not deployed this anywhere, of course, at the moment. So yeah, so we're doing currently feature 5, the market matching. I guess that's matching the market from Polymarket to the API stuff that we get from the sports API, which makes sense. So feature 6, the next one we're going to be building, prediction engine framework. Runner that executes competitive prediction engines and validates the output. Yeah, it takes the statistics and prediction output, import and execute competitive engine, catch errors, output validator, validate engine output against prediction output. Yeah, competitive registry, discover and register engines. Yeah, dummy engine, assert. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Cool. Okay, so team normalization. Yeah, okay. Resolves polymarket name, normalizes API football name, checks exact or substring match. Seems a bit overcomplicated, but okay. Team aliases. Yeah, okay. Market matching core result. Okay, go ahead and commit and push this, and then move on to the next feature, please. So yeah, we're not actually looking at much of this code, well, any of this code really. So it's probably going to be absolute trash and not actually work, but we will see how it gets on. So we've got API. Is it API football? Yeah, and then we can have a look at the Polymarket API docs, right? Because I can't imagine that it's that crazy of like a way that it needs to work all this stuff out, like what team it is and all this kind of stuff. Okay, so like Wolves, Villa. Can we like open this up? It's like, well, I wonder what that looks like in terms of the API. So I guess, yeah, what's an event in the concept of okay, can I just make a basic request and see what we get? Okay, so offset order ascending ID slug, market maker just condition ID tag, sports market types. Yeah, see, this is one thing that I don't have any context of it, so I'm basically trying to work out what's going on. Okay, so you got this market stuff. Makes sense. So Polymarket, the client, the mappers here. So it maps gamma market to market. I've got no idea what gamma market is. Market discovery. I should probably look at the tests, might be easier. Sports market type. I would be surprised that it doesn't have a way to like just get football stuff, for example. So where are we? Sports EPL. I guess you have to do it like that then. List markets. Is it market by slug? EPL. I mean, that'll be the slug, won't it? Sorry, in this context, I would think. No. Okay, so if we list markets, which I think is what it's doing, right? It's the wrong platform. Yeah, so it obviously does that. That's the database. Oh, that's testing. That's the sports data. Market discovery, here we go, right. Is football sport? Create market discovery. Discovery football leagues, fetch active events. Discover football markets. Okay, so like get sports. What is this Gamma API that it keeps using? Okay, so it is. Okay, right, yeah. Okay, I mean, we'll just assume that it's correct, and then when we actually dive into it, start running stuff, I guess we will find out how correct or incorrect it is. Yes, please. Awesome. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. If you're watching, please do get involved in the chat. If you're not subscribed to the channel, give me a subscribe. Trying to get to 100 subscribers. Currently building currently kind of building just one thing at the moment, but planning to build another thing on stream at the moment. Just making some minor updates to some small little projects that we have. So all of this is followed along on the open dashboard. I really need to sort out the performance of the Vercel on this one. So one thing we're doing there is just adding the workflow pilot icon to here rather than just being a kind of GitHub icon. And we're going to be adding the talky texty icon to that as well. Minor little things. Currently building a prediction engine using the LLMs. So the idea behind this project is that we will pit the LLMs against each other to see which one can make the best predictions on sporting events and other events based on some data that it can take in, and then we'll place bets on Polymarket and see which one makes the most money or loses the least money. I guess it will all depend, really. And hopefully we can kind of incrementally improve this and get the community involved if I get any community going. So we will see. But yeah, feel free to get involved in the chat, ask any questions and stuff. More than happy to talk to the viewers. Okay, I think I can close vibe flows for now. We're not working on that. Cool, that is done. Okay, let me open up Claude here. Why does the website load so slowly? Is it because we're on the free Vercel plan? Is there also some like caching that I've not got, or what's going on? Also, I think we did some caching stuff with Notion. I think we removed it. Can we like double check what's going on there, please? To see what Claude can come up with on that one there. Okay, awesome. So it's done that. I think I can close that one out. I'm not going to be working on that at the moment. Cool. So currently working on the betting competition, the prediction engine competition. So we'll see how that one goes. Okay, so things that I want to do next. So I was talking to Claude about the idea of what was it? I guess it was this one, Visual Workflow Tool. No, that was Workflow Pilot. So it was that. Video description. It might have been this one. No. This is a problem with Claude, that you can't actually search very well within your within the UI. So it just gives you this like random title that it can kind of search on, but not really. This API stuff. Clean oats. Was it that one? That was an ask asking about uncreate. I don't think that's the correct one. Maybe it was this one. No. Maybe it was this one. No. No, okay, it doesn't seem to be there. Fine. Let me check my phone because I swear that I had. I was having ramen and I was asking Claude about it, so I do remember doing it. Seems to have deleted it, strangely. Yeah, strange. He seems to have deleted it, which is RSS. No, not what I want to do. No, okay, it's deleted it. Fine, whatever. Not a big deal. Okay, so while this is working out what to do to fix that issue, how is this going? Apparently it's done. Okay, go ahead, commit and push, and then move on to the next feature, please. So yeah, no actual idea how it's getting on with this code, but once we've got kind of all the stuff that we need to start running some actual kind of testing, actual ability to run the project, and kind of everything wired up and stuff, I guess we can start to look at how and if anything is actually working. Okay, so let's let's go ahead and do that. I don't think we need any revalidation window at all. Basically, the data gets updated by a cron job like once a day, so that's fine. So there's no real revalidation that we actually need or anything like that. I guess we can also fix the cache headers and the next config as well, please. Yeah, so let me just do some kind of drawing out of stuff at the moment because it'll be interesting to kind of see what's going on. So on the LLM prediction betting competition, basically the flow that I am thinking of here is like we have LLM writes its initial prediction engine. This needs to be based on a prompt, has access to research, the web, has access to the stats, format, etc. Okay, so that's phase one. And once it's done that, obviously it has to like has set of not configurations, constraints, e.g. bankroll management, etc. We need to come up with all of those as well. Need to create a test suite to ensure it's working correctly. Stuff we need to do. Okay, so that's like phase one of what actually happens, I guess. Once it's done that, like we fetch the current events, like match is that are to be played. So this is kind of fetch markets, etc. Once we've got the markets, well, yeah, I'm trying to think actually, would it be better to, because we've kind of got the option, right, of we can like prefetch all the stats every time and just give them all to the LLM, to the prediction engine, or we can make the engine kind of request what stats it needs, perhaps. Let's just stick with getting everything, like fetch all the stats that we need. Okay. So pass in the stats plus the market to prediction engine. Get prediction plus amounts it wants to bet, etc. We then place the bet on poly market. We get the result. And then the LLM can update its prediction engine. Okay, so this is kind of the flow that I am thinking of. So there's a few things that we need to kind of consider here, and stuff that we haven't quite got taken into account. So the stats we need to think about how we're going to get all of these. So like we need some way to know what stats we actually need for each engine. Some engines may not want particular stats, some may want some weird stats, who knows. Yeah, makes its prediction. So one thing that we haven't covered in the prediction engine is like need to make sure we cover bet size, odds, etc. Place the bet upon a market, we get the results. We update the LLM. Can update its own engine yet. Yeah, I think that's kind of the flow. How's it getting on? Yeah, go ahead. My voice is a bit low, is in terms of you can't hear it, or let me move the microphone then if it's not entirely clear. Is that better? Hopefully that's better. Maybe it's not the correct microphone. It should be the correct microphone. Hopefully that's better. Let me know if it's not clear, nifty doctor. And yeah, don't forget to subscribe if you're not already subscribed to the channel. I'm trying to get to 100 subscribers on the channel. And yeah, do get involved in the chat. Ask any questions. Anything's not clear, let me know, and I'll try and answer them. So yeah, currently getting Claude to build the prediction engine, kind of scaffolding for all the project at the moment. And then once we've got the scaffolding built, we can kind of start to test it a little bit, make sure everything's wired up correctly, and then we can kind of dive into the more interesting stuff. So currently it's just a bit of the getting stuff built phase rather than kind of the particularly interesting stuff. Also just kind of getting a performance change from Claude for my open dashboard. which is available here, which is kind of just building in public, so everything is available there. Go check it out if you want to. See what projects we're currently working on, what we've built. Mainly just kind of social media accounts that are empty at the moment. Need to start posting some content on those, but we've got a couple of things. We've got Talkie Texty, which is the transcription app we've built already on the first few streams. And we've got Workflow Pilot, which is an NPM package that you can go try out yourselves if you are interested in it. And it's basically helps you manage your workflow with Claude, which is quite useful. Okay. Go ahead, commit and push these changes, please. Hopefully that improves the performance a bit. Hopefully the audio is better now, Nifty. Do let me know if it's still a bit low. Okay, how are we getting on with that? So that's still going. Okay, so yeah, so this is kind of the prediction engine flow. So basically the LLM is going to write its own prediction engine, and then it will increment that engine each time, rather than kind of just passing the data into the LLM and it kind of coming up with a prediction. Maybe we can do that as well, and see whether it's better than its own prediction engine. Maybe that's an option as well. But at least with this kind of the code way, we can see what's changing. We can see kind of how it's made the weights of the various things, and we can see kind of the reasoning behind how it's making its decisions, which we can't always do when we just ask for a prediction. So that's one thing we're building. The next thing we're going to be building is a short content generation. I'll call it a pipeline for now. So one thing we need to do is kind of build the audience of the channel, get more people involved, get more exposure, etc. And one of the ways I can think of doing this is creating kind of short form content, because I can create quite a lot of that because it doesn't take that much effort, on various AI news stuff, tech stuff, like just interesting topics and stuff. And currently going to build a tool that will help potentially generate scripts for that kind of content. So the idea here is that we have an RSS feed, like it'll be subscribed to various interesting channels, news sites, etc. We then have the LLM will get the article titles plus summaries. We should then basically get the LLM to like suggest some articles that might make good short form content to talk about. So we need the prompt and stuff for that, of course, for both of those kind of things. So the idea here is basically like, if it's just that some company has let people go because of AI, it might be an interesting thing to talk about, but more interesting things to talk about are like, how George Hotz got hacked on stream, how the head of the VP of like AI alignment added her Claude bot and it deleted all her emails and all that kind of stuff. Kind of more interesting for short form content. So that's kind of one way that we're going to start to kind of automate a bit of that stuff, hopefully. And then basically what will happen here is like manual input, selecting what we want to cover. So maybe I'll have it as a Discord bot and it can output some messages every so often saying, hey, look, potentially a new article here that you can talk about. Once I've selected stuff, we can then have LLM generate a script based on a writing prompt with hooks, story telling guides, etc. So basically the idea behind that will be that to keep it a bit more systematic, so trying to come up with an interesting way to start the video and then use some kind of strategy around telling a story, because I'm not particularly great at that kind of thing. So if I can get a structure going that works quite well, that'll be useful. And another nice thing about this as well is we can also categorize each one. So we can kind of have the LLM say, look, this script uses XYZ techniques, and then we can benchmark the performance of those against the techniques and stuff and see, like, based on the data, what is actually working. And then based on that, we can improve the content and hopefully get a bigger audience for these streams. And then maybe we can turn this into a product as well. So that's the idea behind it. Web page not found. Oh, that's not good. Is it broken? Is it? Ooh, that's the old dashboard. Oh no. I mean, it is found for me. I don't. Maybe Versal's just a bit crap at the moment. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, shall we? So it's currently in production. It should be able to go via that. Maybe try this URL instead. It might just be that the DNS is not up to date on the dashboard. Oh, for the LLM prediction, is that what you mean? Sorry, for this one. Aha, yes, you are correct. It's probably got some crap at the end. Yeah, it's got some crap at the end. Let me go and update that. Give a space at the end. That's probably broken it. Let me have a look. Okay, that should be fixed now. Thanks for letting me know about that bug. Should be fixed. The website at the moment is just the GitHub repository. Once we actually have the product, well, not product, but the tool working, what we will do is create some form of UI, so you can see actually what's going on, what bets it's making, the progress, all that kind of stuff. But we're still very much at the early stages here. So just getting Claude to implement some various features that it came up with based on our planning. So it seems to have done those for now. Cool, let's go ahead, push, commit, etc. And let's also then move on to the next feature, please. So we're still, as I say, we're still very much at the very early stages of this project. Basically, on stream yesterday, we came up with, well, I prompted Claude to come up with a plan. We've basically got this features document here with various features. We've got this research document, and we're kind of working through these features. I believe it was just doing the engine framework. One thing it hasn't done actually is create the feature plans for those. So it's not using my workflow pilot, which is a bit annoying. Maybe we'll get it to do that. Okay, workflow, start. So yeah, let's just see. Command not found, that's not good. It should be available in the terminal. Okay, so it needs a flow, right, yeah. So Boris feature. Don't know why it's got that there currently then, but so yeah, I don't know what it committed then. Let's have a look at the commits. Okay, so it's just on the heuristic engine. which would have been this one, feature 6. So please research feature 7 from the research document and understand what we need to do. Then we'll go ahead and create a plan. So we should pick up the baseline competitor here. So this is just creating basically a fake little prediction engine. This is basically what the LLM will produce. So it will produce the content of that particular prediction engine. And that will be the thing that makes the prediction based on the statistics and based on what the LLM thinks it is the best way to make a prediction. And then based on that, we'll get the kind of the prediction, the betting amounts, and all that kind of stuff. And then we can start to do the betting, the settlement, scoring, etc. We should probably be able to test stuff at this point to see whether anything is actually working. Once we've got this one done, I think we can probably try and get some testing, manual testing going, just to check whether we're actually on the right path, and then move on to the other things. So the backend for this dashboard is Notion. The LLM prediction engine won't be using Notion as the backend, no. The reason this open dashboard thing uses Notion as the backend is just it's free and an easy way to just add a little backend. I'll probably move it to something else in the future. It was just a quick way to get something out there to track and share progress, basically. Like, the website is terribly slow. It's hosted on Vercel, and obviously Vercel is not doing a particularly great job at hosting it by the looks of it. I don't know whether I've got some incorrect config or something. It's probably not fair to blame Vercel, but that's kind of where it's hosted. So yeah, like the LLM stuff will have, we're going to be using a product called Terso, I think. Yeah, Terso. Oh, I'm going to need to change that again. So this is going to be the back end here. It's just a SQLite database. So yeah, nothing too crazy. Not actually using it any yet, but it's got a free tier that gives you kind of a reasonable amount of free data, basically. Let me just go ahead and change the key as I've leaked it again. So give me 2 seconds. Invalidate the tokens. The problem with streaming is that it's very easy to leak tokens and that kind of thing, especially when you're using AI, because AI will often just spit out the token, which is not at all helpful. Okay. Okay, we're back. I've changed token, so that token shouldn't work now, so you can't spam my database, not that there's anything in it. So okay, so where are we getting with this? It's currently in the plan. Yeah, please go ahead and do feature 8 then, research, etc. Okay, so apparently we already have the basic competitor engine. Competitors, baseline, engine. Okay, we already have the engine. Okay. So basically with this, we should be able to do some testing then. So basically the way this is going to work, like this is the code that each LLM will produce. We'll give it a prompt and say, look, here's the data that you have access to. Build us a engine that you think is going to make money based on the stats and all that kind of stuff. Make a intelligent way of predicting the results based on the statistics, and then come up with a pick basically and the amount you want to bet based on some constraints. Like obviously we don't want it to just bet 100% of the money that it has, because if it loses we're broke. So we need to have some kind of constraints like that, and then it will come up with some kind of prediction, and we will place the bets based on that. But the fact we have this already probably means we can start to test this a bit locally. Although I think in the plan, we don't actually have a way to test it. So we probably need to add in some kind of verification point of view. Because I think currently I guess the pipeline and the iteration loop is what will kick it off, basically. As you know, I've not looked at any of this code, so I'm just trusting that Claude is writing all the correct code. This is not the point of these streams, is not to be writing code. It's just to assume that Claude can do it all for us and see how far we can get with vibe coding without me having to write the code myself. But yeah, feel free to ask any more questions. If anything's not clear, let me know and I can try and explain it as best as possible. Still fairly new to streaming, so just learning as I go and trying to improve. Okay, so if we think about how this works, so like we haven't even got or run like the database migrations or anything. We don't even have like the Docker container set up locally or anything like that. I don't even think Docker's running. That's how much we haven't done. So what we'll do, once it's come up with a plan, a research and plan for that feature, we will get it to output some instructions on how we can test the full flow with the basic competitor engine that we've got currently to see whether everything's working and lined up and if we're missing stuff. Because I have added the API key for the sports data stuff, so we can see if all of that works as well. Okay, so Docker is now running. Let me just kill all these because we don't need any of them to run. It's not taking a while. Let me just go ahead and that's okay. Killed all the Docker containers, right? So okay, so it's just doing some research. Okay, so that's fixed now. So yeah, other things we need to do with the dashboard as well is kind of add in the tooling that we're using for all of these projects, and a bit more detail because currently there's kind of nothing on here, but that's not that important or that interesting for the stream, to be honest. Okay, actually what we can do, let's go to the LLM prediction engine. That shouldn't be there, that research thing. I wonder why that's there. Anyway, we'll look at it later. Please look at the research markdown to get context and understand this project. We should have implemented the basic competitor engine. What I then want to do is work out how we can test this locally to see that everything is wired up correctly. So essentially what I would want to do is run it, have it pick a sport market, so a football match, and then make a prediction based on the statistics. So we'll see what it comes up with that. Hopefully we can get to the point where we're seeing some output. Yep, let's move to the planning stage, please. Yep, so this tool here is the Workflow Pilot. It's a very useful tool that I built. Just helps to kind of keep the vibe coding a bit structured. So basically you end up with documentation, your features, comes up with a plan with some code examples, kind of architectural decisions. Then ultimately you have a to-do list, which it then implements step by step. Although I didn't use it for the last two things we implemented. The idea behind this little Workflow Pilot tool was that I often end up skipping various steps or not doing the correct thing, just prompting Claude, and you don't get those kind of artifacts, you don't get that clear structure and those clear steps that it needs to take. So just trying to kind of get that into a clean way. But even with this kind of way of prompting, we've still seen that it ignores various things, even if it's in the Claude markdown file or in the instruction explicitly. Yeah, so that's exactly what I thought. Basically, we can't get the feature running. Can't get it running without the pipeline orchestration, I guess, for the moment, unless we create some kind of manual script. But we can probably get Claude to do that for us. Create a little manual script that calls all the stuff. Okay, so we've got a plan document now, apparently. Oh. Why it's there, I don't understand. Please move the plan document to the features directory as all the other plans are. So again, like why it's put it there and not in the features where every other plan is. Who knows? Okay. So yeah, it's come up with a plan now of how to implement this. Basically, this is the core, like placing a bet on Polymarket. I've never done this before, never used the API, so I'm just gonna have to assume that Claude is correct. We'll probably want to be pretty sure that this all works correctly when we have some real money on the line here. But it should be fairly straightforward. I can't imagine the API is that complicated, really. I'm not entirely sure about how the wallet stuff will work. We need to work out all of that stuff, but it's got a plan. Let's go get it to do the to-do list. Go ahead and add the to-do list, please. Go ahead and add the to-do list, please. Okay, so that's running through. Okay, so what this wants to do now is all the individual pieces exist. Market matching baseline engine. Nothing wires them together yet. Feature 10 of the orchestration is unbuilt. The MTS requires all envars, but none of our actual modules import it transitively. I don't know what that word means, to be honest. Never seen that word in my life. Fair enough. Hey, Drago. I'll call you Drago. Let me know if that's not right. But yeah, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. Don't forget to subscribe if you are new. Trying to hit 100 subscribers. Getting closer, but still not quite there. And as always, feel free to ask any questions, get involved in the chat. Anything's not clear, let me know, and I will explain it all. So yeah, currently building the LLM prediction engine stuff. Just trying to get Claude to come up with a little script so that I can test various things locally without having all the features built, as we haven't built the kind of orchestration that will wire it all together and run it for us, basically. And Claude is currently coming up with a to-do list for the actual implementation of betting with Polymarket. Yep, go ahead and implement that, please. Yes, okay. Yeah, and then eventually we will also start looking at the shorts content generation pipeline. It's basically just going to help me grow the audience of the channel through short form content on various interesting topics around AI, technology, all that kind of stuff, to get people to come along to the channel. That way, if I ever build any products, hopefully have an audience of people that are interested in that kind of stuff and can potentially purchase those products. As the goal is to get to $1 million from the streams, from social content, from products. Currently at a big fat 0. Don't have any products to sell currently. Okay, stuff might go a little bit wrong here because we've got 2 Claudes running on the same code base at once, which is probably not a good thing to do. Okay, so this one's not currently working on it, so maybe we'll wait for this one to run and give us a test. And then if it works, we can give it a test, see what happens. Okay. So apparently it's going to hit the market, fetch the upcoming fixtures, match stuff. Okay. Please use the .env file. Make sure not to reveal any of the secrets in the standard output, please, as we are live streaming. So hopefully it doesn't reveal anything. Do I have a Discord channel? I do not currently have a Discord channel. I'm thinking of making one. I probably will make one in the coming days, as one of the things I want to do with the prediction engine is to have it output, like when it's made a bet, the bet results, all that kind of stuff. I think would be interesting. And then also maybe we can have a Discord bot in there so that the community can make predictions themselves and compete against the LLMs to see which is better at predicting the various outcomes. So I will add one. Subscribe to the channel and you will be notified when I create one. Let's see what it does then. Apparently it's going to run the script and see what we get. So it looks like it's fetched stuff correctly. So there's some Counter-Strike game. So Arsenal versus Chelsea on the 1st of March. When is Can we see that game here? Why that one's come up first, I don't know. Okay, this game here. Okay, so it looks like that's working correctly to a certain degree. Yeah, go ahead. So it's just found a bug. Hopefully we can fix that. But yeah, it's one thing that Claude is not particularly great at with the way that I'm currently using it is testing its own kind of code that well. Like it writes the automated tests, but if it gets something wrong or the structure is slightly wrong, it's not going to be correct, which is a bit frustrating. Hey QWERTY, how's it going? Yeah, Discord channel will probably help me grow. Yeah, I'm definitely going to create one. So what I'll do is after the stream, I'll probably create one and then I'll share it on the various streams. And I definitely need to start doing like Twitter and all those kind of things. Twitter should be fairly straightforward because I guess we can just have it auto tweet when I'm streaming, and writing tweets is pretty straightforward and fairly easy, low effort from my point of view. And then, as I say, one thing I also want to work on is this short form content generation pipeline. I'm in Japan currently, and I have actually ordered a little like tripod and light for my phone so I can potentially film myself. It was not the easiest thing to order, as all the websites are in Japanese and like Amazon wouldn't like my phone number and all this kind of stuff. So a bit of a pain. I couldn't find one in any of the shops that I looked at. So hopefully when that comes, we can start building this pipeline. And then hopefully I can get some interesting short content going, and maybe that will get an audience growing, basically. That's the current plan. One of the ways to kind of funnel people into the channel and the streams and that kind of stuff. Obviously, the more people that see content, the more that will eventually come through. So I think it's early days, but we'll keep going, basically. But yeah, any other ideas like Discord and all that kind of stuff, do let me know, because as I say, still fairly new to all of this stuff. So always keen to hear advice and suggestions of what people have and what they like and how they discover this kind of content. So yeah, I'm just trying to get a initial little test going to see whether what we currently have works and kind of all the data structures and stuff are correct locally before we move on to the next feature, because otherwise we're going to have all this code that probably doesn't work and Claude might struggle with fixing it. And as I say, I haven't looked at any of the code yet, so having me dive into it and fix various things will be a bit of a pain. So it's built out this test pipeline, and thankfully it's not released the API key yet. I've had to refresh it like 5 times because I keep releasing it myself. So yeah, but I guess one of the advantages of having a small number of viewers is that no one looks at the API key and hacks the various platforms or abuses them in very quick time. Bum, 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 bum. So yeah, also on the channel, I don't know how many subscribers we're up to now. Let's have a look, shall we? Have a look at the channel. 87, cool. So we've grown 2 subscribers, awesome. So yeah, my friend was saying that the channel image doesn't quite look like me. So again, that was kind of an AI, I guess not enhancement, but hallucination stuff. So I gave it a photo and said like remove the background and change the lighting, and it's kind of distorted my face a little bit. It did it with this one as well. So I got this. This is like an AI generated thumbnail. Like the face, it kind of looks like me, but it keeps doing this like weird uncanny valley kind of thing where it always edits stuff in the face, which just doesn't quite work. But I haven't taken any photos or anything, so it's kind of bizarre and difficult to do. But at one point, I'll take some photos and then use those for generating thumbnails and stuff. Okay, so the entire pipeline has worked while I'm functioning. Okay, so it found the events. Yeah. Found 50 fixtures. Yeah. Matching. Well, our fixtures are from. Okay, so. Okay, so it seems to be wired up, which is good. What I'm going to do is get it to output these into the to-do list for the various things we need to fix. So in the to-do MD file, let's add that we need to improve the tag filtering as it's too broad. Let's also add that we need to fix the date range stuff as well, as we should be doing like the latest and live data, not 2025 data and matches. And can we also add in the README how to run this prediction test script and the steps needed to do so. Okay, so once it's done that, we will then go ahead and get it to implement the next stage. Yeah. Pulls in esports too. Okay, interesting. So yeah, but so far it's kind of done okay. I mean, the fact that it was able to fix stuff and just get it running seemingly quite straightforward is pretty cool. No, all good. Let's go ahead and implement, please. As I say, like I haven't changed any of the plans. I haven't really added any annotations or anything to them. I've just kind of let it go and do what it needs to do. So the fact that Claude was able to kind of get a test pipeline running reasonably easy is quite cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and we can output the README and probably see how we run the test file. Yeah, there we go. So let's do a bun run. Do I not have bun as a thing? I've got bun installed, don't I? I do not. When trying to... I'm pretty sure I did add it to the path. Maybe it's been wiped. Bun is installed. It's obviously just not in the path. How do I add it to the path? Adding stuff to the path is one of those things. I do it like only when I bloody install stuff. So what do I want to do? I guess we can use Vim. Definitely not a Vim expert at all. Don't know the hotkeys and stuff. Know the very basics really. Hopefully I've not got any credentials or anything in here. Otherwise they're going to get stolen. So I'm going to go to insert mode. We can add a new line. Yeah, definitely not a Vim expert by any means. Would like to learn Vim at some point, but just never got around to doing it. You guys use Vim, or are you using an IDE like myself? So, boom, there we go. Okay, yeah, so discovering the markets, which is good. Yeah, I think we need to improve the filtering, as it said, if we're getting tons of data back on that one. Cool, so we've got the fixtures. Why the date range is that, I don't know. That's just... Discovery failed, though. We get 502. What's 502 is like bad gateway. Yeah, so obviously there's something wrong with that. It's a bit annoying that it says it all worked and then the first thing is bloody 502. It might be because we're changing it as we speak. Might be the problem. It's infrastructure, not really infrastructure, but in fact, I'll get it to move that because infrastructure doesn't make sense for things like Polymarket. It's more external API stuff. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, so it looks like, I don't know why it's fetching historical data like that. It just seems bizarre. Oh, unless that's the statistics data. No, that's fetching upcoming fixtures for Football API. I don't know why it needs to do that either, because in theory, we know what they are based on Polymarket. Again, I don't know why it's fetching the standings from... Anyway. This is all stuff we'll wire up and work out exactly what we need to fix and stuff. Obviously, currently it's only doing like the past performance of the teams and stuff, so that's obviously not much data at all. But so basically, yeah, I guess here it's saying like we've had they have 9 meetings. Man City have won most of them. It runs the prediction engine. So will Forest beat City? No. Sort of confidence, and then it has the stake. Okay, so it's got some stuff already, which is good. You can kind of see how it's going to start to look, which is good. Let's go ahead and commit and push, please. Awesome. So let's move on, shall we? So yeah, I mean, stuff like this that sucks because you have to basically like use context and use tokens to get to kind of the next thing. No, go ahead and mark it as done, and let's start the next workflow pilot stage for a Boris feature, please. Boris feature. Should probably come up with a better name than Boris feature, but I want to give some props to Boris for the article. Stream health looks better this time, which is good. So yeah, what did it actually add to our to-do list then? So currently 2 broad pools, esports. Yeah. Okay, so the API only uses old data, so I'll have to pay for it. That's fine. Well, it sucks, but it's fine. Okay, yeah, I don't think we want to do that. Well, I guess we can do. What we should probably have is, well, I guess we will end up with an orchestration pipeline that runs the whole thing, and we can mock out the data and stuff from the external APIs as we should do. So that's fine. No, let's go ahead and do the settlement and scoring, please. But yeah, it's also good, again, that Claude discovered these issues and has kind of given us a list of stuff to fix, various bugs. Maybe what we'll do actually is add a bugs.todo file. Bugs.md for now. And we can keep that kind of as stuff that Claude has noticed and that we need to fix. Okay, so it's currently doing the research stuff for the settlement and scoring. I don't know what it means by scoring, but I guess the scoring of each LLM against the other LLMs. So we'll see how that works out. Anything interesting on Hacker News today while we're waiting for the research? What does it want to do? So I don't know why it needs to look at that, but yeah, go for it. So yeah, it's interesting, the whole Department of War kind of trying to strong arm Anthropic into giving it access. Seems a bit dystopian, but we will see what happens there. Quite impressed with the response from the, I think it's Dario, is it? Yeah, the CEO of Anthropic, basically saying like, this is totally ridiculous. You can't have it both ways. You can't have access to it and not have safety rails and try and strong arm us and claim it's for national security while also saying that it's a security issue if we don't have access to it. It seems a bit bizarre what the current American administration is doing with various things. But let's not try to get too political on stream. Don't want to become a politics streamer. Okay. So yeah, like the MCP stuff is good, but it does burn so many tokens, which does reduce the amount of stuff you can do with it. Which does make me wonder whether it's like, is the results we're getting worth the extra tokens that we're burning? I don't know. We'll see how long the session goes. Yeah, move to planning. Before we hit the limit, like we did last night. It would be interesting to try it with API key and see how much we actually spend versus having the subscription, which is what I currently have. So the plan for the actual LLM prediction app is to use OpenRouter to manage the LLM stuff. I don't know whether anything is in here of that currently. But that way I don't need to bother about signing up for all the different LLMs and stuff. I can just change the API call and pass the prompts and stuff to it. Oh, it's deleted the entirety of the research file. That's not good at all. Why can't I see the diff? I mean, they're not the changes. Right. Why is VS Code being rubbish? Oh, interestingly, it didn't commit. Oh, okay, so it's using a different research file, which is annoying. I'll get it to sort that out because that's not great. Can we please merge the research markdown file that's in the top of the directory with the one that's in the features directory? We should only ever be adding the documentation to the docs folder. Please do not create documentation at the top level. Let's get it to sort that out because I think it created that file. Maybe it was the other one that created it actually. No, it would have been that one. So it's moved it to there, which is not what I asked it to do at all. But okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay, let's move on to the planning stage then, please. Oh, we're already on the planning stage. Okay, yeah, let's please move on to the annotation stage. Actually, we can skip that stage as I don't have anything to add. So it should be able to just move on to the implementation. Right, while it's doing that, I'm just going to pop to the toilet. Let me Okay, we are back. Hopefully the audio is okay. Let me know if not, and I can try and fix it. Okay, so where did Claude get to? Okay, still running through. Doing some various checks. Let me just turn the heating on. A little bit chilly today. So yeah, things I need to do then is like create a Discord. That'd be one thing. Also need to get the content generation pipeline going, or at least started, so that I can start building some short form content. As I say, I have ordered like a little stand and stuff to record some videos with my phone. Hopefully that'll be good enough. Looks like tests are failing for that one, which is interesting because it should have run the tests. Let's get it to. Please run the tests and then fix any issues. Okay, how is this one going on? So still running verification checks. Changes plus unrelated changes, only commit feature related changes. Yeah, fine. Okay, so apparently it has done those changes. Let me have a look at the repository. Yeah, so it's made the changes and it's committed stuff. Okay, let's move on to the next feature then. Let's go ahead and skip the feedback stage, move on to the next research phase, please. Okay, yeah, you can edit stuff. No problemo. Yeah, so still trying to get to the point where we can actually run some predictions. We're getting closer, so the stuff is kind of getting there. So we've got a local little script that runs through the various stages and will output a prediction based on some old data. Okay, go ahead, commit and push those, please. And then once we have kind of everything wired up, I think we'll probably go down the route of maybe creating a UI or something like something visual for the stream rather than just kind of a CLI for the moment. And then probably, as I say, if I create Discord, we can add it as a Discord bot as well, which will be good. And try and get stuff running in the next couple of days so that it's Friday now. So I know the games are late Saturday, Tokyo time. So maybe I can do an extra long stream tomorrow and try and get stuff going so that we can make some predictions and make a bet tomorrow, as that would be interesting and pretty cool if we can get that far. Okay, so it's deploying the dashboard with a minor fix. So currently looking at feature 10, pipeline orchestration. This will basically allow us to run the project, basically. I don't know how it's planning on doing that. We can see what happens when we get the plan. We can read through it a little bit because I don't know what like the entry point is going to be. Maybe we need it as a cron job, so it runs every so often. Maybe I kick it off some way. We'll think about how we want to actually run it and get it kicking off and stuff. And yeah, I guess if we add in Discord as well, we'll do that all afterwards. So yeah, try and get something just running with the basic prediction engine that we've got currently, which is just a kind of handwritten, well, Claude written basic one. And we need to add in more statistics, all that kind of stuff as well. So we'll see how we go when we get to the end of all these features and where we actually are before we can really make some progress and make it interesting. So market discovery, sports data client, the key, market fixture matching, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, data flow makes sense. Yeah, I don't know whether it's actually got like an entry point of like how it's planning on doing it. I guess we can kind of ask. Yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the planning stage. One thing I'm not sure about though is how are we actually planning on kicking this off? Are we planning on running it as cron job or like an API endpoint that I have to hit every so often? What's your current thoughts on that? Share Claude code and earn £10 of extra usage. Sure, I'll share it. Built in, blah, 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 blah. Let's just go with the cron scheduler for now, and then I'll look at. I guess once we start building it out a bit more and have like a dashboard and all that kind of stuff, and I've created a Discord and that kind of thing, we can add it in. Add in some other ways of managing it. So here's Claude Pass. If anyone wants to use it, feel free to use that. If you want to get involved with Claude Code, apparently I get £10 of credit, so help the channel out. If you do, you get a free week of Claude Code. Go ahead and build something. Let me know what you build. Yeah, so in terms of, I guess, like other things we want to add, so I guess we definitely need some kind of visual thing, right? Probably a website that we can add the results to, like when it's placing a bet, all that kind of stuff. It would also be cool to have it in a Discord as well, so that we can see what's going on. I can also then prompt it and stuff via Discord if I need to. And in Discord as well, we can also have the idea of the community making their own predictions. Like we will get an output of the various bets for the match, and then we can have I guess we can have a community wallet that I load up with some money, and then once all the bets have been made, or once we are predicting, we can just have a little poll in the Discord that people can vote on, and that becomes the kind of binding bet for that one. So we can compete against the LLMs as well. Would be an interesting idea, I think. Cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to the implementation phase, please. Yeah, so one thing we definitely want to do, I mean, I haven't got any wallets or anything set up. I need to do that as well. Actually need to add that to the to-do list. I've got it in the set anyway. So I will need to buy some crypto, add it to Polymarket, and create various wallets for the LLMs to use. I guess we'll have one wallet per LLM. Will be the way to do it. But yeah, feel free to use that referral code to get a free week of Claude Code. And yeah, I'll definitely create a Discord. That would be cool. Probably loads of little tools I can add to the Discord as well. Like dumb little things like when someone stars a GitHub repo, we can reflect it in there as well and stuff. Actually, GitHub stars might be an interesting thing to add to the dashboard for GitHub projects. So where are we? Here we are. Yeah, it might be interesting to add GitHub stars as a as an option. And I guess if it's open source as well, like all of these are, maybe we can add, well, it's an NPM package, this one, for example, whereas this one's just a GitHub repo. I guess we can add stars and like NPM package downloads and that kind of stuff as stats for those. Might be an interesting way of doing it. And we should probably separate social and software just visually so that we can get some distinction. But I'll do that another time. It's not that interesting for stream, to be honest. Yeah, other things I want to add to the dashboard as well, like the tooling I'm using, and then I can kind of add a like kind of my thoughts on the various tooling. So like anti-gravity, we're not that impressed with it. Found various bugs that caused issues. Gemini, not that great so far. Claude seems to be the best one that I'm using so far. And yeah, we can talk about various other things. And I might be able to, I mean, whether we get any traffic or not on the website is another question, but maybe able to add affiliate and referral links on there to maybe get some revenue in the future as well. Cool. So yeah, maybe actually might as well do the open dashboard stuff while we're here. So maybe we have to add, how do we want to do it? So if we add, because I guess we want like, it's always going to be software, isn't it? So maybe we can do like repo or npm package, and then maybe like product as a separate thing rather than just having software. And that way we can have different stats for the various things. I don't want to change it too much because it'll be a bit of a pain, but let's see what we can do with that one then. For the projects, let's change the project type from software to either a repository or npm package or anything else like a product, for example. That way we can have different statistics for each particular type of software. So for example, if it's just a GitHub repo, we can have the stars. If it's an npm package, we can have the number of downloads and that kind of stuff. So let's think about how we can do that. Come up with a plan for me to do that, please. Let's see what it comes up with. So I'm not using Workflow Pilot on Open Dashboard. So just kind of standard prompting mode. So we'll see how it compares to the Workflow Pilot feature. Yeah, if you want to try out Workflow Pilot, you definitely can. It's available as an npm package now. Yeah, thank you. I don't know why I've got 147 downloads. I guess that's just various scraping things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, try it out. Let me know what you think of it. Obviously, there's tons of stuff we can improve on it. It's just a basic little tool to help with Claude Code, little MCP stuff. Again, it's one of the things where like Claude Code just did some really dumb decisions with the code. It like tried to create like a Python script here. So you'd have to have Python installed and then it would use Python. I didn't look at any of the code, just accepted it. And then I saw this and was like, well, hold on a minute. Why have we got Python there? Let's just do the correct way of doing it. So, one thing I do need to add to like all of these as well is the disclaimer that it's all vibe coded, and I perhaps don't endorse the code per se. So yeah, maybe we can add a note that all of these are shipped at inference speed. So don't base my technical skills on this code if I ever have to get another job. So yeah, any more subscribers to the channel? 87, so we are moving in the right direction. This video seems to have got a few more views, which is good. I don't think it's done particularly well in like retention or anything like that. Click-through rate is terrible. The engagement is pretty terrible as well. 2 minutes. I don't know how many people found it. It's reach, isn't it? I think. So most of it was from suggested videos and then YouTube search. But obviously, like, no one actually watched it beyond 2 minutes and stuff. So whether stream content will be good like that. I mean, I haven't done any more articles and stuff. Maybe we can do some at some point. So yeah, Claude's doing all my work for me. Okay, looks like Claude is done on that one. Committed and pushed. Here's the summary. So you've got the orchestrator, pipeline config with type defaults, 5 European League intervals, 6 hour prediction, 2 hour settlement. I guess that does prediction 6 hours before and then 2 hours after it checks, I guess. And betting config, dry run before default. Pipeline, create pipeline depths, yeah. Full flow discover, persist market, fetch, persist fixtures, match, gather stats, run engines, predict, place bets, error isolated per fixture. Okay, well, yeah, I guess kind of assume it's all going to work correctly. I'll probably end up having to dive into this a bit more just to make sure that it's all working and is structured correctly. As there's probably quite a few race conditions that we can end up with in here, or like issues about like resuming in the correct phase and all this kind of stuff that we need to think about. And obviously we want to make sure that we don't double place bets, but I guess we can look at the wallet and the transactions and see if we've already made a transaction for that wallet and use that as the idempotency. One of the advantages of it being blockchain-y based. Cool, let's move on to the next feature, then we can skip the feedback phase. So yeah, I think we've got 12 features. Yeah, so I think we've got 12 features in total that it wants to build. So I think we're fairly close to being not complete, but maybe like a very, very, very basic MVP of being able to get a prediction and place a bet. I assume that there is a Polymarket test net as well that we can use. I guess it's all based on, I don't know whether it's like Polygon or I guess it's Ethereum or something. So must be able to do it on test as well. There must be, right? Polymarket testnet. Yeah, maybe it doesn't, but I'm sure we can work out some way of testing it. One thing we'll probably also have to add in is some proxies as well, so that we can actually make the bets. I don't know what jurisdictions are banned with Polymarket, so we'll probably have to skirt those a little bit, and maybe not reveal the actual wallet addresses and stuff, so that we don't get banned if they've. It's very unlikely, given I've got like 2 viewers, but it's very, if they do ever find the wallets, they will probably ban us, because I don't think the UK is technically allowed to use Polymarket. But then again, the bots are technically decentralized. Like, maybe they're autonomous agents. Maybe I have to get a server in some jurisdiction that it's allowed in. Okay, cool. Can we also add in the ability to fetch the GitHub metrics, the NPM metrics, etc.? Or have you already done this? Yeah, as always, do get involved in the chat. Ask any questions, ask for opinions, ask me to review your products or code. Happy to do it. We looked at someone's product yesterday, like a website builder that they built with. Well, they wouldn't say how they built it, but it was quite interesting to look at. Or if you've got any like business ideas you want me to have a think about and review, always happy to talk about those kind of things and get involved and offer opinions, or maybe if you've got any ideas of products or businesses, more than happy to take them, and maybe we can even build them on stream. So yeah, do let me know. Okay, so OpenRouter is already installed. Should already have the OpenA keys. Good. I don't think I've added it to the actual N file, but that's fine. I'll do that off stream so I don't leak that as well, because that's one I do have some money in, so don't steal it if I do leak it, please. Research doc says approach 1 code generation. Yes. So yeah, let's make sure that it's not going the path of the LLM generation. Actually, what we'll probably do is maybe we'll get it to do both. Yeah, okay, so for the code generation, we should also make sure that the prompt has structured output, so we can pass it a JSON schema and get the structured output as one way. But let's also have another option of, rather than it generating the code, doing the simpler version of the LLM runtime call. So again, what we could then do is have a competition between the LLM generating code and also just running it as and when to make the prediction. So let's make sure we have both of those. Awesome. Yep, so talky texty seems to be working pretty well. Not had to make any changes to it so far. Works as a nice little tool. If you've used it, do let me know. If you haven't used it, give it a go. If you do any kind of prompting or anything where you kind of could perhaps benefit from talking and getting the transcription, all available on GitHub now. Go ahead and use it. We've even got a star, which is cool. So yeah, so added stars, forks, downloads, wiki downloads, social metrics, GitHub provider, Stargate, blah blah blah. So I'll have to get a token, I guess. Provider that fetches mostly. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and commit and push these changes. Also, can you tell me what token I need for GitHub and why I actually need it? So we'll see what it ends up like, whether that's actually works. Just commit straight to master. If it fails, it won't even get pushed. And if it's broken, it's not a big deal, as no one really visits the website. I also need to add metrics to the website as well. Maybe we can use like post hog or something. Plan is ready. We have two competitor types. So the LLM runtime engine, at prediction time sends stats to the LLM structured output, LLM reasons and return prediction JSON. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Code generated engines, call the LLM's full context type baseline, structured output. Yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, because I guess the initial prompt can be done manually and then we get something, but the iteration phase may be a bit more difficult. Need to think about this. So in the code generation phase, we're going to need to have like a really strict test harness to make sure that the output and stuff is correct. I'm wondering whether it is sensible to run it on the like production server, or whether we're better off, certainly for the initial adding of the model, to run it locally and just check that it all works as expected. And then also the kind of iteration phase as well. I'm wondering how that works, because obviously if it breaks the code, we're going to have issues. We're going to have think about that. Yeah. Public repos. Well, they're all public repos, so they're all going to be public repos, so do I even need it? I don't think I do. Oh yeah, that's fine. Not going to be doing anywhere near that kind of a number of requests. Let's see what it's done, shall we? Oh, I obviously need to update the thing as well, actually. So let me just check what it... what it wants as the keys. npm sas. Can it just tell me? I thought it's committed all this stuff. So npm GitHub product. Okay. Yeah. Why have we still got uncommitted changes? Probably just ignored me when I asked it to commit it. Yes, please go ahead, commit, and push those changes. Yeah, and then so we need to go and change this. So this one is just GitHub, right? Because it's not an actual thing. This one is an npm. That should be fine. Okay, so we've just committed some changes. Okay, how's this one getting on? Okay, I mean, it hasn't really answered that at all. We seem to have gone on a bit of a weird tangent there. It's obviously, it's compacted the conversation, that's probably why. Cool, so we'll see what that looks like. It's 5 o'clock here. I had ramen for lunch, so I'll try and be a bit healthier and maybe I'll just get some sushi for dinner. Cool, that's deployed. Let's go and have a look at what it has done. Absolutely nothing by the looks of it, which is pretty hilarious. We definitely need to fix the that as well. So it's changed it to npm to GitHub. It's not what I actually asked it to do, but that's what it's done. Oh, we need to run the cron, don't we, actually? That's probably what we need to do. Let me run that, shall we? Settings. Cron jobs, run. So we can see if we get any kind of updates here. Yeah, we do. Nice. Texty talkies updated. view the logs. That's fine. Yeah, because none of those are implemented. Okay, but we don't seem to be getting any stats through. Oh, there we go. So we've got stars and forks. That shouldn't be there on the workflow pilot one though, because that should be npm downloads and stuff. Where is it? npm, maybe it's uppercase in the database or something. I don't think it is, because npm. It's a platform. That's not what I told it to do. Okay, so that one stays as GitHub. That one needs to become npm then, does it? Does that stay as software then? Ask it, I guess. Can you please clarify which fields I need to change in the database then? Because it looks like we are using both type and platform. Which one are we meant to have and what are the values meant to be? Because it's not clear. I did specify that we should use type, but you seem to have used platform as well. So what am I doing now? So we're currently implementing one of the phases of the LLM prediction engine. It's currently wiring up the ability for the LLMs to generate its own code and the prediction engine. We're also adding in the ability to just call the LLM with the data and then get a result. So that's what's going on with the LLM side of things. On the dashboard side of things, I just had the idea to, for this software stuff, to add in like the npm downloads, the GitHub stars, and that kind of stuff. So we get a bit more visuals. So just doing that on the side as well, while we wait for the LLM to create the code generation engine. Basically, it's not a code generation engine. It's going to be like calling the LLM with a prompt to create some code. How it's going to work, I guess we'll see, because like kind of assuming that it one-shots it, which is unlikely. But we'll see how we go there. It might be that I have to kind of prompt all of them to make something that works and then just add that code in. But we'll see. We also need to have a strict test harness for that as well to make sure that it like does exactly what we need it to. So maybe we need to prompt a lot on generating the code and stuff, but something we can definitely work on once we get kind of some basic stuff going. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead, commit, and then move on to the next feature stage, please. So I think that's feature like 11. So I think we're getting pretty close to being towards the point where, yeah, so that's feature 11. So once we've got the iteration loop in, we can start to actually dive into it a bit more, see what is going on, how it is actually working, if it's working at all, from a kind of more in-depth point of view. Whereas at the moment, we've just kind of been prompting it. Yeah, so. Okay, so terribly designed schema, but okay, so this one needs to be packaged then, apparently, and then platform of npm. They need to be software, GitHub. I don't know why it's got consulting as a thing. It's got a session that I'm doing consulting that I'm not. Okay. How does that look then? Does it need to be packaged with a capital P? That's not what I wanted to do. Let me go fix its rubbish. I did tell it to not use uppercase stuff, but of course it totally ignored me with all this stuff. Type software, capital, lowercase. Actually, you know what I'll do, I'll get it to fix it. Okay, can we please make sure we have some normalization for the typing on things like the platform and type, etc. Let's make sure we always lowercase it before we actually do anything with it in the code so that it doesn't matter what it is in the database, whether it's uppercase or lowercase. Probably fix it, hopefully. So yeah, again, if anything's not clear, let me know and I will explain it more. Trying to work out how I can get better at showing what we're doing and kind of where we are in various phases and stuff. So let me know if you've got any ideas on that. Okay, yeah, let's move on to the planning stage, please. Yeah. So yeah, I think this might be approaching the longest stream so far, actually, which is cool. Don't know whether I can see that data anyway. Oh, okay, 2 hours, 43 minutes. No viewers though. Not performed particularly well this stream in terms of the viewership. Go ahead and do that. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead to the implementation phase, please. So yeah, as I say, I'm not really looking at any of this stuff, just assuming it's all correct. I'm probably going to have to go through, have like a big review once we get to the end of this stage and see where we are, what's working, what's not, what we need to fix and stuff. Again, one of the big problems with this is that you don't really have a lot of context with what's going on and the little bugs and stuff that appear, and also little things that you're perhaps not entirely sure about in terms of like functionality and the way things should work. You kind of miss, I think, when you're not building it yourself. But we'll see how we get on and what we can actually end up with in terms of the output. So yeah, for the LLM prediction engine, we're just going through the last phase of the current features set. This should basically allow the LLM to iterate on itself and its code. And then once we've done that, we can have a review of where we actually are and what we need to do, the various bugs and stuff in the repo. And we can start thinking about the UI or a form of UI, just so we can see what's going on. And as I said, I will create a Discord group for people to join where we can chat about these kind of things, and we'll also get a Discord bot going to output the bets and all that kind of stuff, so that we can kind of keep track of it in almost real time. So yeah, seems to be growing. Only 13 subscribers to go until we hit the first goal. Still quite far away from it, and very far away from being able to make any revenue from streaming. Need to get to 1,000 subscribers before we can get any kind of adverts or any kind of money from the streaming. Definitely need to make more content on the channel. As I said, I've ordered a little stand so I can record video with my iPhone, which I will try and do. And I will also try and build this shorts pipeline script generation platform that I'm talking about as well. So probably do that on the next stream, side by side with the LLM prediction engine. So building the iteration service. So yeah, in theory, once we're here, we'll get some kind of UI going and some kind of visual stuff going, I think might be the way to do it. We'll test stuff out locally, see where we are. I do need to still obviously create the database, wire up the database, run the migrations, I need to sign up to the API football statistics API as well. I need to create the wallets and do various other little things that I'll do off stream probably, just because the risk of me leaking keys and stuff is pretty high. Okay, go ahead, commit and push, please. Okay, so we should get that come through. Hopefully that's fixed stuff, in which case we can hopefully see the downloads and stuff on that one. These should all really say software. They should just have different stats based on what they actually are. I also need to fix the styling and stuff, not particularly good. Okay, how are we getting on with the actual beefy stuff today? Still writing tests and verifying. What am I looking at? I want Versal, not this. Cool, so that's building. Hopefully that gets deployed in a second. And yeah, we definitely need to work out what we can do to improve the performance of all this stuff, because it's absolutely terrible currently. I want this one. Okay, yeah, so we're still not getting NPM stats. Okay, we're still not getting the NPM stats for the package. Please work out why and what the data should say in the database. Can we also please make them all say software, even if the type is NPM or whatever? They should all just say software, and then the stats themselves should be different based on what the actual type of thing is. So yeah, this is one of the things where I think like vibe coding really falls down. Like it's kind of built a thing that's not quite correct. The design decisions it's made are not quite good, and changing something that should be really, really simple to fix ends up becoming a bit of a pain to fix, really. So like these should all be software. Like that should be software. This should just be. I mean, it's fine. GitHub and npm, that's absolutely fine, actually. Yeah. Okay, how's the LLM stuff going? Okay, it's already done, which is awesome. So let's. Okay, we can go ahead and commit this stuff. Then we're in the plan phase for some reason rather than the implementation phase. But let's go ahead and commit this, push it, and then let's just reset the workflow phase, please. Okay, so that's committing. Hopefully that's going to fix the bug on the dashboard. Do. I mean, it should know this because it's already in the workflow stuff, but why it needs to do that. Yeah, I'm not overly happy with. That seems crazy. The workflow stuff was working. What's happened then? Like when you compact the context, does that break it? Can you please explain why it's not broken? So why it is broken, and then also what would we need to do better in the workflow pilot so that it's always persistent in terms of how it loads based on the session, etc. We do store the workflow state in the files of the workflow pilot. So let me know, please. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's gone wrong there. Again, it's one of the problems with using the vibe coding stuff is that it often just goes off the rails from what I can see. Like, there's no reason that it should have not had access to that. And the MCP server, right. Okay, the package name, right. Workflow pilot. I believe that's the package name. It is indeed. So that should be working, assuming I've spelt it correctly. Oh, we need to run the cron job, don't we? Yeah, that's probably right. Let's run that, see whether we get any new statistics. These ones need to go. Ah, there we go. Downloads. Lovely jubbly. Okay, so that should start to be reflected in here. Might need to refresh the cache or something. Okay. Also get to fix this. Okay, a couple of other bugs. On the project card, when there are no stats below the financials, we need to get rid of the spacer bar. And also the stats for like subscriptions and all that kind of stuff, they should all start directly under the spacer bar. Currently, if the space on one of them is like 2 rows, then on another card it starts from the bottom, whereas it should start from right below the space bar rather than from the bottom. I don't know whether it's going to understand that at all. I don't even understand it myself really, so we'll see. We'll see exactly how it works. Okay, this one's kind of gone off track a bit now because we're looking at the workflow pilot when we should really be looking at the LLM prediction engine stuff. But I'll let this run this one little thing, and then if it doesn't work and come up with a fix, I will park it and come back to it. found it. State file. Okay, I mean, so again, so basically, like, if you use MCP and this kind of stuff, then it's just going to be absolutely crap with this stuff. It's just not going to work correctly, is it really? Which really does suck. Yeah. Okay, I mean, that's frustrating, but anyway. Okay, let's move on. Let's ignore Workflow Pilot for the moment. LLM prediction engine. Okay, so what we need to do, we've currently got all those features implemented now. I need to get Claude to write me a little README to understand exactly how we can run this and like manually test and verify. Can you please create or add to the current README a plan on how I can run and test all of this locally? That includes running like the Docker, the migrations, all of that stuff. So step-by-step guide on to how we can run and test this locally in terms of the full flow. And by this, I mean the LLM prediction engine, not Workflow Pilot. Let's just ignore Workflow Pilot entirely, please. Okay, let's run that dev server just so we can see rather than pushing and seeing what it all looks like and stuff. Yeah, okay, it's done that. It still looks like absolute shit, but yeah. I wonder if we can kind of make it like a griddy pattern that looks a bit better. Okay, yeah, go ahead, commit and push those changes, please. Okay, so where are we going here? Okay, I wonder whether we can make that kind of grid pattern a bit more interesting. So like more like a brickwork pattern. So based on the element's height, they can kind of sit in a cleaner way. Because currently if one element is kind of higher than the other is just smaller, and then the next row below it. I wonder if we can have kind of a dynamic grid style thing, if that makes sense. If not, let me know and I'll clarify. Okay, looks good. README has complete 10-step local guide. Okay. Steps 1. Okay, let's go through the guide, shall we? That's the open dashboard. Not caring about that at the moment. Okay, let me just minimize this. Right then, so we've got the README. Where are we? So we've got Bun installed. I've got those, got that. I don't think I have that. I definitely don't have those in. Create a terso database. Store terso CLI, sign up, login, create database. Yeah, I mean, we should be using a local. We should be using a local SQLite or terso database in a Docker container, right? Not a remote one for local. So I need to fix that. Okay, so that's apparently fixed. Okay, cool. That looks a bit. I mean, it doesn't look great, but it looks a bit more interesting. Okay, cool. Can we also have like subheadings for software and then for social, so they can be a bit separate and it's a bit clearer? Yeah. Again, like that's one of the fact that it was trying to use terso locally just seems dumb. Really dumb decision from it. It should just be a Docker SQLite container, basically. Yeah, I need to check that it's got that as well. Does the code handle this correctly? So if our environment is not production, that we use the local database rather than the remote one. I guess that's probably based on the env file, right? Yeah. Yeah, can we just explain how that will work in terms of the code? So, okay, yeah, it's fine. Okay, I don't need to do that because it's so. Okay, so yeah, if the local one is that, that's fine. Let me just come off stream so I've got the actual thing in it. Oh, so what other keys do I need in here? README. Okay, I can come back. Right. For reduction of shared, yeah, that's fine now. So run the database migrations. I mean, it doesn't mention Docker at all. Yeah, I mean, let's just run it with Docker and see what we get, basically. Okay, so in this one, yeah, okay, not that screen, this screen here. Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay, cool. Let's come up with a plan for adding the tools that are used to create each thing. Let's just go with like a tools text and then the icons of each individual tool. I think would be a nice way. And then we can have a separate tools page that the icon links to. And maybe we can have a top level tools page where we list out all the tools and I can say whether I recommend them, what I use them for, etc., etc. And we can also have like referral links there as well, which would be nice. Okay, so let me just open up a new one for the LLM stuff. Docker build. So yeah, hopefully this builds it locally and then we can run a test. I don't have any crypto wallets or anything set up, but I'll definitely do that off stream because I don't want those leaking at all, really. Okay, so it's built now. So I think it's just Docker run. It's already in use. Probably fine. That's 3001. Probably got some other. That's that one. A session using it. I don't know what that one is. Why does it need to count the line? So bizarre. What's using port 3000, I wonder? Error not found. Oh, okay, yeah. It's probably the bloody. Why have I got so many things? I don't know why Superbase is up. Need to delete that basically. Okay, let me just kill those. Do you know what? Let me just do Docker system purge for now. Most of these I haven't worked on in ages. What is it? I swear it was system purge or something, wasn't it? Rename, start, stop. Oh, it's prune, isn't it? Yes, please. Cool. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Build it. It's probably still there. Images. Prune, is it? prune images? I can't remember. Docker image prune. Yeah. Let me just Google it. Docker delete local images. That's what I wanted, I guess. -A. Just get rid of all that crap. Don't need it for the moment. Okay, this way. Build it, please. Let's do what, 3002. Okay, so let me just put some come off stream. In the end, just put some rubbish in the API keys that I'm not using. Make sure I don't leak that. Okay, I can come back on stream. Again, invalid argument. Okay, yeah, annoying. Let me just come back off stream, 2 seconds. Do I even need those set for the moment? I guess I do, right? Ethereum. Let me just see if I can use a rando address. Okay, can we work out a decent way to handle the crypto addresses, keys, and stuff when running locally? Maybe we can just bypass and mock that layer or something for now. Or maybe I can just create some test wallets or something. Give me a good idea on how I can run that, basically. Test wallets is probably the way to go, actually. So that's running. Okay, so session resets at 6 p.m. So I guess we'll get to. Oh, well, it's going to refresh anyway, so that's fine. Just going to pop to the toilet again, and because it's resetting in 10 minutes, we can just keep going. We should be fine. Yeah, it's going to pop to the toilet. Be back in a moment. Okay, we are back. Let's see how the Claude is getting on. Yeah, you can clear context. Go ahead. Here's a summary of change. Credentials are now optional. 1% of stub betting client is used instead of initializing the real Claude client. Okay, let's see how we get on then. I don't actually think I've got my open router key in it, so invalid private key. Maybe it's because I've got some junk private keys. Let me just double check. Actually, while I'm here, I might as well get the open router API key. LLM prediction. Let's give it a limit of $20, so that if someone does steal it, it's not going to bankrupt me. Okay, have I closed that? Yeah. Okay, so I can come back on stream now. Good. Okay, so let's see what we actually get. So dry road, yeah, scheduler, prediction, blah, 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 discovering football matches, pipeline, running settlement. I mean, I don't know why we're running settlement to start off with. Discovered football tag IDs, leagues tags. Fetch active football events. I don't know whether... Yeah, okay, can I see what it says? When running locally via Docker, can I access the database via a GUI like Tail Plus? See what it says, because it would be easier if we could see the database instead. Yeah, I don't quite know what it's doing there. So oh, my voice is going. Okay, so what do I actually need to do for that then? Close that for now. Okay, yes. do that? And what? Table plus. Close these. New connection. Equal light. LLM prediction. Select the file. So documents, code, LLM betting, data. Open. What's the database name? LLM betting, I'm guessing. No. Local.db. What's the database name? Okay, so we need to run the migrations. I don't know how the app's running then without having run the migrations, but okay. Maybe that needs to be that. I've pointed at the SQLite file and I've run the migrations via bun, but it's still empty. The migration stuff didn't actually say it did anything other than it just ran and worked. Also probably should add in like a check that the database is all set up before we kick off rather than just yeah. Yes, okay. So let me come off stream a second then and go fix that thing. It needs to be data, doesn't it? Oh, for fuck's sake, right. Okay, let me move that to there. That's fine. Let me change this. Okay, yeah, so cool. I should be able to come back on stream now. Let me check. I'm not showing that. Yeah. Okay, so we've got the data now running. I say data. We've got some tables, which is good. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, let me just get it to fix this. I've moved it to data directory and updated the M file, but now I'm getting this error. Please update the code to handle the new path. Oh, for God's sake. Right, we're going to have to go reset all those, aren't I? Thanks, AI. It's just what I wanted to do. Yeah, I have to reset the sports key as well. Thank you, AI. Absolute pile of crap. Okay, never output anything from the environment file as I'm streaming. Okay, so that should have done the fix. Okay, yes, you can do that. So we should be getting some stuff in here. Starting prediction run, discovering football and markets. Starting settlement run, running settlement. Okay, can you please describe the flow of what happens when we boot up the app? Because yeah, I don't think we should be doing. I guess you want to do settlements, yeah, prior, but I'd just be interested to know what's going on because like we've got discovered football tag IDs and stuff. I'm not quite sure. I guess we can have a look at how this all works in our orchestrator. So discovery. Okay, so you discover the markets. What is discovery in this context? Market discovery. Okay, so that's polymarket. Football client, registry, betting service. Okay, so you discover the markets, persist the markets, fetch fixtures, persist fixtures, match events to fixtures, process each match fixture. Yeah, okay. yeah, I mean, like this should all really be in like the football client of like get statistics for the teams basically, and then we get the stats, the player stats, all that kind of stuff. Should just be a nicer way of doing it, I think. Can we please just start with the English Premier League, not 5 European leagues? That should also be a database config, I think. So maybe we can create a plan to do that. Actually, let's just not. Can we please update it so that it's only for the English Premier League at the moment? Matches, markets by team name day. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Events fixtures to match. So do we have anything in the data? Okay, so we've got data. Oh, 20,000 rows. That's way too many. Predictions. We've got no predictions. Fixtures, competitions. Okay, so we've got no predictions. Okay, let's get. Okay, we also want to use the. Okay, so we also want to locally run the current like fake prediction engine, as we don't have all the other options. So can we update it to have that as the selected option, please? Yeah, I think probably a better way to do this. So I think actually a better way to do this is to have like a table of engines that we can like check the status of, and then that way it just works rather than having to get it to change it like that. So update the baseline engine, skip. Okay, so it's compact. We'll let it run, and then we'll tell it that it's doing the wrong thing, basically. So yeah, if you're watching the stream currently, we are working on the LLM prediction market stuff. We're just trying to get the whole flow working, the pipeline working on the local test stuff. They will then build like a UI and stuff so we can actually see what's going on. But currently we're just trying to play around with this and get it working in a basic way. It's currently compacting the conversation, which is a little bit annoying. And then in terms of the local dashboard stuff that we were playing around with as well, it's broken, which is great. Okay, I don't need that window open. You've broken stuff. Oh, okay, so I need to create the tools database, I guess. Let me create an inline database. Tools. I think you need what? It's. Is it that one? Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, I'm going to have to go regenerate the keys again. This is doing my head in, actually. Because it's happened like 6 times. Okay. And then the open router one, where that one is, to be honest. That. Refresh. Delete that key. LLM prediction. Okay. Come back on screen now. Right. Did I get the correct key is the next question. Notion, is it that one? Yeah, okay. So let me just go to 3001, isn't it? Okay, we'll come back to the database one because it's not that interesting to be honest. I'll do it off screen. Okay, so where are we with this? So it's now optional, only created when the key is set. Okay, yeah. So the reason that we wanted to do this was, yeah, because of the config. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think what we need to do is actually start planning how to do this properly. So it would be better if we could store the competitors in the database and then have like an active or disabled flag. Maybe we can have a status flag, so like active, pending creation, all that kind of stuff. And the type of competitor it is, so whether it's a code generation one, a direct prompt, or even a external one, because it would be nice to have, like my Discord community, have an option to compete as well. So let's come up with a plan on how to achieve that. Did I not do Dorky? I did, just slow. So we'll see what it comes up with here. Yeah, because it's a bit annoying the way that it works currently. Still far away from being able to do anything nice as well. We also need to really get, like, it shouldn't be fetching like Australian Open stuff as well. We must be able to narrow down the markets in a much better way. We'll get to do this, and then we'll get to also fix that market search thing. It is a bug actually which Claude discovered earlier as well, so should be able to get that fixed. So yeah, this stream is not doing well, it appears. Maybe I need to keep the title as it was last time. Yes, we don't need to design the Discord stuff just yet, because it shouldn't be too difficult. It basically be like have the competitor itself as external, and the way that it will work is just on a cron. Well, no, when we discover a new market, I guess we'll put up a poll in Discord that has a time limit via the Discord bots, and then once it's done, it comes through to our server, and it comes back to the bot, and then the bot makes the insert of the bet essentially. So that shouldn't be too difficult to implement. Well, if I was implementing it in code, it shouldn't be too difficult, but how it's going to be implemented in Claude, I don't know. I'm never quite sure what it's doing. Do-do-do. So yeah, Claude is just coming up with a plan to do this. Right, what's it come up with? Hold on. Please add this plan as a markdown document to the features directory. Hello to the viewer. Please do get involved in the chat, ask any questions. Happy to explain what's going on. Currently working on the LLM prediction engine, just fixing a few issues. We kind of have a lot done already. We're not quite able to run it completely, but we're getting closer. Just trying to work out some fixes before we can fully run some bets and stuff. I mean, it's not done what I asked it to do, which was to add that to the docs plan. See what it's actually saying. Hold on. No, please write the plan as a markdown file into the document features folder. Yes, you can do that. Has it written a plan? It has indeed. Good. So let me just review this plan a bit because this is something we need to get right. Currently hard-coded baseline, 3 LLM engines, and any code engines which are imperative at startup. Oh, we do actually already. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, we shouldn't be seeding the data on the first run. It should be done as a migration with the current models, and eventually we'll have a UI. So please make it done via migrations, not via the startup. Schema. Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. So we'll get it to implement this. Then we'll get it to do the change. We'll get it to commit those changes, and then we'll also get it to do the fix on the selecting of the markets, because currently it selects like every market that bloody exists on Polymarket, which is a lot. And a lot of them are not relevant to our application at the moment. And so what we should really be having here is the football only ones. We should also have some way of knowing what the market type is. There must be some way of doing that via the API rather than just getting all markets, basically. So like the sport type, league, all of that kind of stuff would be good to know in this, which you should be able to get because it should have access to it in some form on the API, I would think. I wonder if that guy's changed his. No, it's still got the bigger orb. Super annoying. He was probably just trying to get some free promo. .20sec app. Yeah, stream's not doing well today. Not getting many views at all, really. And the people come on and they immediately jump off. So, not doing very good. Do I want to proceed? Yes, you can proceed. So yeah, probably go till 7 o'clock my time. So probably got another half hour in me. Probably go get some dinner then. Given no one is watching, probably wrap up in half an hour or so. Don't quite know where it's applying this migration to, but okay. I guess we'll see if it happens locally, because we'll see. One, we'll see the migration come in here, and two, we'll see the table change. But yeah, I think we're definitely going to have to probably ditch workflow pilot, just because it seems like MCP absolutely destroys the session usage. I mean, it's the second time that we've come into that issue now, and it's only ever happened when we're using the flow via MCP. So maybe we can come up with a better idea of how to manage that. I'll have to have a think about it. So hello, welcome to the stream. If you're new, please do subscribe and reach out in the chat. I'm more than happy to explain what we're doing and answer any questions you may have. Currently just building the LLM prediction engine logic. Claude is just currently fixing an issue with the competitors. As currently it was kind of all hard-coded in the initialization, which is not particularly great. And we'd have no way to like disable the competitor. So it's currently just fixing that for me. And then we should be able to test it and start to see whether we have a working application locally. Still no UI or anything like that, but we're still very early days. So we'll see how we get on. Yep. So yeah, the average view duration, obviously don't captivate people. Probably need to work out how we can improve our streaming as well. But as I say, still very new to all of this. So learning as we go. Needs to run the tests. Yes, it can run the tests. Yeah. Okay. Cool, so we should have some status stuff now. Competitor versions. It's not added the competitors in, which I asked it to do. Wonder how it's done that. Okay, it looks like it's added a separate thing here. Has it given me the command to do that? No, it hasn't. Okay, you've added the seed competitor functions and stuff, but you've not given me any commands to run that kind of functionality. Any reason you've not just made it a single migration in the standard Drizzle migration flow? Yeah, I mean, I would prefer if it didn't just run the seed on start, because we don't want it to do that. I mean, I don't know why it can't find bun, because bun is literally in the path. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you please check the changes that we've just made? They're not committed in Git. We were implementing a change to the competitors, and we were just trying to fix the way that seeding worked. So we were moving it to the actual migrations, and we were removing the function call to the seed stuff in the index file before Ghosty just crashed out. I'm actually pretty sure that it's Claude code that's causing Ghosty to crash. We know that Claude code is not built in a good way, so it's probably that. But yeah, we also do have bun. You know, it is there in the path and stuff, so I don't quite get why it's not able to find it often. Oh, there is also a plan document in the features folder, so you can look at that and get the context as well. Yeah, please go ahead and finish these things off. Yeah, I don't quite know what it's on about, how the migrations are not committed, but so yeah, maybe I should try warp the terminal again. I did use it at one point. I know it's an AI-based terminal. Maybe that will be the best terminal for building with agents. Maybe we'll give that a go, shall we? Maybe then we'll not have Ghosty quit on us all the time. Okay, so that means they're basically kind of building a Claude bot. Okay, it looks pretty good. Can we change the appearance to a different Dracula? Fancy Dracula. I don't know what fancy Dracula is. Ooh. Dark. What does dark look like? CD documents code. Yeah, I mean, it looks all right. We'll stick with Dracula. Okay, so it's still chugging along on this fix. Taking quite a long time actually to do this fix. Seems to be running into a problem with drizzle. I mean, I kind of get it, but at the same time, this was not even ever deployed or run, so didn't need to do that, but appreciate the effort. Okay. So what if we do barn? Run db migrate, migrations complete. Competitors. What was that migration called? doesn't tell us, which is super annoying. Engine path, is that there? It is. Is config there? It is. Okay, let's just assume that it's correct. Okay, so cool. Let's try out warp for the end of the stream, shall we? Give it a Claude. Still got these silly issues, but so what do we need to do now that's working? Oh, well, we know it's not actually run because it hasn't actually added in the competitors. So what we can go ahead and do is just delete that because we know that it's not run. So I should create database. Okay, so we've got competitors. Let me just update competitors, set active equal false. What is it then? Status. Equal inactive. Okay, and then we just want just that one to be active for the moment. Okay. So let me just split the pane down. So we can run the Docker command, get it from the README. So now let me rebuild the container. Yeah, you can have access to that, sure, mate. And we'll then run it. Needs to be on a different port. Okay. So it's going to go ahead and get all these markets, which we definitely need to go fix. Okay, you can go ahead and commit all those changes, please, and push them. Increase the screen size of this stuff. Maybe we need to have it as a separate tab. Be easier. Okay, so this is probably chugging along, fetching all this crazy data from Polymarket. So usually we don't store any of the statistics. I don't know where that is. Market discovery. Yeah. Okay, we've still got a bug where when we are discovering the markets on Polymarket, we get basically back every single market, whereas we should, one, only be getting back the football markets, and currently only the EPL, as that's the only one we're looking at. But also we should be definitely filtering on a way smaller time span and trying to filter on the specific sport and league, etc. And we probably need a way to, one, know what they are based from the API. I'm sure it returns something that tells us what the sport is or the league, etc. And other ways to filter that. So maybe look at the Polymarket documentation and the markets API and actually work out how to filter this down correctly. There is also a point in the bugs.md file that mentions this that you can read for some more context. Okay, so we'll see if we can get this one fixed. And then we'll probably wrap up the stream for now. Probably finish around 7 o'clock, so maybe 10-15 more minutes. But feel free to get involved in chat. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. We are going on a journey of trying to get to $1 million of revenue by building products on stream. Currently building an an LLM prediction engine. So we're going to be pitting each LLM against each other to see which one can beat the markets or more likely lose the least. And we'll be placing those bets on Polymarket. Will be entirely open, so you'll be able to see all the bets, see all the profit or losses, and I'm going to start a Discord community as well, so we will be able to have a community competitor in there as well, so you can compete against the LLMs and see whether the humans are better than the LLMs or not. So yeah, don't forget to subscribe and keep up to date and get involved with the community. More than happy to answer questions, give opinions on products, help out with vibe coding. Happy to do lots of kind of things. So we're just discovering what's wrong here with the implementation. So yeah, basically what it does currently, whether it's got it on, yeah, so it's fetched basically every single market on Polymarket. So there's like tennis, there's, well, everything basically, like, which is not very good because we're currently only focusing on football and the English Premier League. And there's no point in fetching all this data because it's not useful. It's just a waste of bandwidth and space and all that kind of stuff. So not good at all. So hopefully we can get that fixed and only fetch the relevant data and markets that we need. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit of a pain. I can't imagine that Polymarket doesn't have some way to filter all of that stuff. It would be crazy if it didn't. Yeah, I mean, they've got some kind of filters. I mean, it's annoying it doesn't tell you what that is. Introduction, I mean, documentation, markets and events. I mean, unless they just don't have that data. Sports markets, I mean, it's got stuff about sports markets, doesn't seem to fetching markets by slugs. Okay, so by tags by the looks of it. Sports and metadata, yeah. Endpoint metadata for tags, images, sources, and series. Okay, that's probably what it needs to do then. Okay, yeah, so it's come up with the get tags way of doing it, which is good. How many subscribers are we at now? Still at 87. So if you're new, please do subscribe. We are trying to get to 100 subscribers. Let me sign up for Warp. I'm pretty sure I've already got an account with Warp, but Can you hear me now? Yeah, I think my microphone ran out of power, so I think that's probably me just rambling without anyone seeing or hearing. Rather annoying, but there we go. Currently traveling, so it's not the easiest setup. But yeah, sorry, if you're new to the channel, please do subscribe. I'm trying to get to 100 subscribers. Currently building the LLM prediction engine application to pit the LLMs against each other to see which one is the best at making predictions on sporting events. And we're going to wire up Polymarket to see if it can actually make us some money or not. Okay, so these are all the bets that have come in. Not the bets, the markets. I mean, yeah, there's tons of markets that we don't care about that are not related. So it looks like we've got tons of stuff that is not correct, which is a bit unfortunate. So trying need to work out why it's still getting all of those. Let's ask Claude, shall we? It's reduced it by quite a lot, but we're still getting tons of non-EPL markets. Can we reduce it to just the league that we want and then just head-to-head matches to start off with? Or is that too difficult to filter on? So yeah, I think as my microphone has run out of battery, I think I'll go ahead and end the stream then. No one's watching anyway, so we'll call that one a day. I'll be back on tomorrow, streaming again. Hopefully we can get something going so that we can actually make some bets tomorrow and some predictions with the LLM. So we'll see how we get on. But yeah, I'll wrap up now. So catch you tomorrow, where hopefully we can get something actually doing live predictions, which will be good.